I would like to announce that a quorum is present, the meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The following board members are in attendance: Catherine Sells, Dr. Betty Bonner, Allison Lasan, Sheila Taylor, Michelle Akateb, Dr. Stacy Barker, and Jenny Prosnick. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 089. The time is 6 p.m. We will now reconvene into open session. The time is 7:17 p.m. Students from Parkway Elementary will now lead us in our pledges. We have kindergarten twin sisters. Come on up. Show everybody how cute you are. Daniela and Fernanda Salinas with us tonight. All right. Here we go. Did they practice? I hope.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Ladies, if you'll join me right here at the very center so I can tell people all the great stuff about you. Here's some fun facts about Daniela. Daniela likes swimming and going to restaurants. When asked what she would like to be when she grows up, she said an artist or an art teacher. Her favorite teacher is Ms. Rivera, surprise, surprise, her art teacher. And she also loves Ms. Webb and Ms. Trotman. Fun facts about Fernanda. Fernanda enjoys going outside, playing with her sister, giving hugs to her mom, and eating together with her family. When asked what she would like to be when she grows up, she said a soccer player. Her favorite teachers are Ms. Rivera, Ms. Webb, and Ms. Trotman. Thank you, ladies. Could we please recognize their parents for sharing them with us tonight? Great job, girls. They're adorable. Put them in my pocket. Welcome to all. The Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees meets monthly to receive reports from staff and take action on recommendations from the superintendent. The board receives the agenda and all supporting documentation 10 days in advance of these regular meetings, which allows us to ask and receive answers to many of our questions. The board also meets in regularly scheduled workshops and work sessions where staff discussions and presentations are given for many of the agenda items. This protocol means lengthy discussion or a litany of questions on every agenda item often is not necessary, and as a board, we should have appropriate knowledge and preparation for responses regarding the content of our meeting tonight. First item on the agenda is to consider action on items discussed in closed session. Personnel recommendation, administrative contract recommendations for the school year 2025-2026. Would someone like to make a motion? Dr. Bonner.
Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. I move that the board approve all administrative contract recommendations for school year 2025-26 as presented by administration.
Second. Ms. Alcatab. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Vote carries 7-0. Next up is the highlight for this evening, which communications will now share this month's recognitions and student spotlight.
Lewisville ISD is proud to announce that 60 high school band, choir, and orchestra students from across the district recently earned the distinction as a 2025 Texas Music Educator Association All-State Musician. Beginning each fall, more than 70,000 high school students across the state audition to advance through several stages to perform selected music for a panel of judges who rank each instrument or vocal part. These 60 students have earned the highest honor available to high school musicians in the state of Texas. Congratulations.
Good evening. My name is Brent Biskup. I'm one of the band directors at Flower Mound. Just want to introduce these students to you. On the end here, your left, Dami Zhang. She's a junior. Henry Pierce is a senior. Ethan Armbruster, third person in, is a senior. Julian Murray is a freshman. Jimmy Liu is a junior. Rachel Koss is a senior. Ethan Murray, I always try to call him Armbruster. They're not siblings. Ethan Murray is a junior. Aaron Myatt is a senior. Abby Allspa is a sophomore. Josh Kloss is a sophomore. And Josh Horakami so rudely did not join us because he's in Hawaii. I suppose that's acceptable. I want to thank Mr. Chad Russell, our wonderful principal. And then also, if you're a parent, will you stand and be recognized of any of these children?
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Swartwood. I'm one of the choir directors at Flower Mound High School. And tonight we have Isha Sayani. She is a junior, and we are very proud of her. I also want to thank Mr. Chad Russell. And if Isha's family is here, please stand and be recognized.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Klink. I'm one of the orchestra directors at Flower Mound High School. Standing to your right is the students from the Flower Mound High School Orchestra that represent us on All-State. I'd like to introduce you to, starting on the right, Aaron Choi, junior, Iris Lewis, freshman, Benjamin Bechet, freshman, Landon Bezier, senior, Kenneth Nguyen, junior, Matthew Chua, sophomore, Tae Han, senior, who is also a four-year All-Stater, Taejun Park, a senior, Chejin Im, junior, and Jin Han, senior, who is also a four-year All-Stater. Also, appreciation to our phenomenal principal, Chad Russell. And if you are a parent of one of these students, please stand so we can acknowledge your amazing support.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andy Seeley. I'm one of the band directors at Hebron High School. I'd like to present our band All-State students for you, and I need to be able to see them a little bit here. First of all, on the end, this is Jaron Joby. He's an 11th grader and a flute player. And then Ashley Chapman. She's a 12th grader and a flute player. Aiden Park, a senior, on clarinet. Logan Wheeler on clarinet. He's a sophomore. Jose Osorio is a senior, plays clarinet. Jake Makamula, a senior, and plays bass clarinet. Aiden Garcia is a sophomore and plays tenor saxophone. Colston Groves is a junior and plays trumpet. Veer Udani is a junior and plays trumpet. Mackenzie Clardy is a senior and plays French horn. Riley Boyd is a junior and plays French horn. Reese Riska is a senior and plays is a trombone player. And Adam Vorhaben, also a senior trombone player. Lucas Durant is a junior euphonium player. Ian Phillips, a junior tuba player. Hean Doe, a junior tuba player. Isaac Burton, a senior percussionist. And here next to me, Ben Guidry, a senior percussionist. These are the Hebron All-State kids from the band program. If you're a parent of one of those students, please stand. And then, great, Mom and Dad, thank you. And we have two of our administrative staff in the building, Miss Mary Beth Cohen and Dr. Amy Bowden. Oh, they're right here. Please, ladies, come this way. Come. Thank you, board, for letting us in. We appreciate it. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Alex Carr, and I, along with Catherine Zetterstrom, teach the choirs at Hebron High School. We'd just like to take this time to thank the school board and Dr. Rapp and Dr. Boughton for their support, and to recognize our kiddos who made the All-State Choir. So furthest from me is Leah Bateman, sophomore, soprano 1. Then Elise Brown, junior, soprano 1. Then Danica Ellis, senior, soprano 2. Then Aiden Johnson, sophomore, bass 2. Then Greta Knight, senior, alto 2. Then Harper Knight, freshman, alto 2. And then Andrea Negrete, senior, alto 2. And if you are a parent or family member of one of these students, please stand and be recognized.
My name is Steve DeCrow. I'm the choir director at Lewisville High School, and I'd like to present to you Jude Roberts, sophomore, third chair, mixed choir. And both parents are out of town, so me and Principal Mr. Baker will be his mom and dad. You have to figure out.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. My name is Jeff Jones. I serve on the band staff at Marcus High School, and I'm thrilled to introduce our 3 senior All-State band members from Marcus High School this year. From your left to right, Caitlin Jones on oboe. In the middle, Jake Langford on euphonium. And on the right here, Michael Revilla on tuba. Of course, I want to say thank you to Dr. Rapp and the board for their tremendous support of our students and music education. Of course, our district leadership, Ms. Drinkwater, and then our amazing principal, Dr. Cody Kuntz. And on the M9 campus, Ms. Jessica True. So thank you very much to them. And I think we have a couple of parents in the audience. If y'all would stand so we can recognize you guys as well. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Wes Davis, and I'm the head choir director at Marcus High School. I want to echo all the wonderful things Mr. Jones said earlier. And recognize our 3 All-State choir members this year. We have senior Karis Barth, senior Rebecca Rogers, and junior Kyrie Spears. Thank you so much. Do we have any parents? I think we have some parents in the audience. If you would like to rise and be mentioned parents for these students as well. Here we go. On behalf of Ms. Allison Washler, our head orchestra director, I want to recognize our All-State Orchestra student from Marcus High School this year. This is Ian Kim. He is a junior cellist. Do we have any parents in the audience as well? Thank you so much.
Two schools from Lewisville ISD were selected to perform in one of only 12 coveted honor performance spots at the Texas Music Educator Association's 2025 convention. Arbor Creek Middle School Honors Band and Marcus High School Percussion Ensemble. To perform at the respected conference, both groups went through a rigorous selection process. This year, nearly 30,000 people from Texas and beyond attended the clinic, giving Marcus Percussion and Arbor Creek Band much exposure. Congratulations to our TMEA performers and their directors. LISD Fine Arts has an excellent reputation due in part to performers like you.
All right, hello, my name is Kimberly Bean. I'm the head director at Arbor Creek. We have up here Mr. Ben Cook, who's our percussion director, Mrs. Sarah Ayub, who is our assistant band director. We have some wonderful students that we'd like to recognize tonight. We have Xavier Rodriguez. These are all 8th grade students, tenor saxophone, Takashi Bakuya, clarinet, Irene Choi, flute, Jules Achille, bass trombone, Hannah Bateman, percussion, and then Sarah Sepulvedo, French horn, and these students were all performers at Midwest last year as well. I just want to take a moment to recognize our wonderful principal, Amy Obenhouse. We appreciate the support. And at this time, I'd also like to ask all our parents in attendance to stand, and if we can please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to recognize a few of these are our only seniors that we have in our Marcus percussion program this fall and spring. To your far left, we have Gabriel Weaver, and then James Smirstick, Kevin Phillips, and our fearless drum captain, Miss Sarah Spencer. If you give her a round of applause. I would like to thank our amazing principal, Mr. Cody Kuntz, for all his support, and also Mr. Jeff Jones, Director of Bands at Marcus High School, as well as any parents that are here. If we have any here, that'd be great. So please give all those people a round of applause. It'd be awesome.
Hi, we're from the Colony High School. I want to introduce you to our all-state students. Starting from far right is Daniel Gonzalez. Then we have Maximus Stratton. We have Bradley Gautier. And then one of our students who couldn't make it tonight, Leilani Selim. And are there any parents in the audience tonight? Thank you very much.
The success of Lewisville ISD marching bands continues with 3 bands placing in the top half of the finals round at the 2024 6A UIL State Marching Contest. The Flower Mound Marching Band earned 3rd place and the bronze medal with their program entitled Textures and Tones. And Hebron High School Marching Band earned the UIL State Championship title and gold medal for their performance entitled Amorphous. This is the 12th straight UIL State Marching Contest in which LISD programs have been represented as state marching finalists and medalists. Congratulations, Hebron and Flower Mound Marching Bands. LISD is proud of your continued success.
Good evening. Thank you again for being here. I'll go quick. These are members of the marching band: Ishan Kulkarni, Ali McIntosh, Rachel Koss, Evelyn Kim, Shalom Lee, Preston Gotro, Ethan Armbruster, Amber McAnally, Lila Pierce. She's a triplet. There's 3 options. This is my colleagues Jana Harvey, Tristan Willard, and David Groneberg. If there are any parents, will you stand, please, and be recognized? We appreciate you. And, of course, our wonderful principal over here, always thankful for his support, Mr. Chad Russell.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, board, for having us out. We appreciate the acknowledgement. These are Hebron band drum majors and band officers and staff members. So I'd like to introduce, starting with our wonderful staff members, Mr. Travis Pruitt, Mr. Brock Alsafar, Mr. Ben Cook, and Mr. Chris Josie. Our drum majors, Noreen Aziz, Ashley Chapman, Caitlin Wynn, Stephen Solis Welch, Kira Vorhaben, and our band officers, Ben Gidry, Rubina Juma, Grace Mathai, Jade Makamula, Aman Sharma, Adam Vorhaben, Sia Patel, and Shreya Sharma. Any parents in the audience, please stand. All right, way to go, Mom and Dad. Thank you, Mom and Dad, and our administrative staff, Dr. Bowden and Ms. Cohen again. Thank you, ladies, for being here. Thanks.
Well, I don't think there's a prouder woman in Texas.
Lewisville ISD was named a Career and Technical Education District of Distinction by the Career and Technical Association of Texas. This esteemed recognition celebrates exemplary leadership, innovation, and commitment to student success through high-quality CTE programs. The district's dedication to providing students with valuable skills and experiences aligns with our community's focus on workforce readiness. Congratulations, LISD CTE team.
And all of our team couldn't be here, but I just wanted to introduce who is here. Mr. Marino, the principal and director at Tech East. Ms. Sergison, who's the assistant principal at Tech West. Our two of our administrators, Miriam Wine and Dr. Kristen Petrunin. And then our amazing office staff, Veronica Smith and Christy Willingham. So thank you very much.
I don't know if you all heard that exchange at the end. We are only one of 38 districts out of the entire state of Texas who received that honor. And now standing at the back, one of the proudest women in the state of Texas is our Fine Arts Director, Ms. Drinkwater, from all of the things that you saw tonight. Now, I get the pleasure of reading our Recognized Someones this month. A parent shared about Ms. Brooks at Flower Mound Elementary School. My son has struggled with math, and we get very anxious about math tests and attending class. Mrs. Brooks supported him through positive encouragement and giving him the extra time he needed to learn concepts. She believed that he could, and he started believing that he could too. She challenged him and continues to challenge him to work hard and excel. He has since no longer worried about how about a math test or going to math class. He came home and said, "I like math now." Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. A parent shared about Bailey Drinkward at Killian Middle School. We just want to take a moment to express our appreciation for your dedication to our daughter's 8th grade social studies class. As observers of your class, we notice how your lessons always spark curiosity and encourage engagement. The tasks you assign are always meaningful and interactive for learning. The effort you put into creating thoughtful discussions and hands-on activities truly makes a difference. We know it takes time and effort, and we have noticed your dedication all year. Just a couple of some of the amazing people that we have here in LISD. Thank you. Next up is our superintendent update. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Pleased to bring you this month's update. First, I want to just start out with some exciting events that we referenced in last month's update. Of course, we celebrate National Chin Day with our Chin students. We had a great 14th annual LISD Chin Festival, and look at these beautiful pictures of that event. The students organized that. They have a lot of voice and say into that experience, and we're so proud of them for that. We also are really proud over the course of the last month, all the Black History Month celebrations, activities, events, and experiences. I want to say thank you to all of you for being a part of so many of those. Super proud. We had a unique experience at LHS Harmon where members of the Dallas Cowboys came and had basically like an incubator, build a business type of experience for the students, and they really took a lot away from that, and we would be excited to have them back next year for that as well. We also had our 7th annual HBCU fair, and Miss Taylor was one of the panelists at that fair that our students got to hear from, and Miss Bay was there as well, and Miss Miller, of course. I don't think I have Miss Miller in the audience, but she did a great job organizing the fair, so appreciative of all of her work and just all that the students got to take away from the college representatives that were there, giving them wisdom about the college and HBCU experience. And then we started this last year for the first time, so this is our second year to, as we come back from spring break, to launch what we're calling our Thank a Teacher Week. We give our students an opportunity in their fall survey to share thanks and appreciation with staff members. And then we also provided cards to the campuses as well to give our youngest learners a chance to express some of their thanks also. And those cards are being distributed all throughout this week to staff. And I appreciate Communications and Dr. Miller for the great video that got launched yesterday. And we want to have the last 9 weeks of school be as great as the first 9 weeks that we start. So we are excited to see the celebrations this week. I also wanted to really brag on our staff. I'd shared this with you all in one of my board updates, but just the huge compliment that we were given by the Special Olympics Texas, North Texas team. We were able to step in and provide a place for them to hold their area competition at the last minute when they had a cancellation happen. And the regional person with Special Olympics Texas wrote a special thank you. And she said, "I appreciate all Lewisville ISD does, not only for the Lewisville Special Olympic athletes, but all the 900 plus athletes from across the Metroplex that competed. It was a couple weekends ago in February. And really, we had numerous LISD staff members help and support that effort. I shared that list with you all, so thankful for them for that. And then a very full circle moment came at Student Advisory this last month. And my Student Advisory have their movie night. Is that tomorrow night? Yeah, where they raise money for Back to School Fair and Adopt an Angel. But LHS, actually, their student council is supporting one of the incubator products from Lewisville High School. You see the product there on the screen that one of our student entrepreneurs came up with, and you're able to tap your device with that product and you can get student council activity information, the mentoring schedule, membership information, and campus information. And the incubator product they came up with personalizes that. And so there you have it, LHS Incubator with live product purchased by our student council students to use. So I love when we see those businesses in action. We had, and several of you were at this, we are so thankful to Trila Wiesner, who worked to bring in Mr. Pilkey, the author of Dogman. He came to TCHS. They were wonderful hosts there in their new multi-purpose facility where we welcomed over 2,000 people to our facility to be a part of his world tour as he celebrates the release of Big Jim Begins, the newest Dogman adventure. And I hear that everyone present had a big time. Then we recently, of course, had Career Out, where we send our students out, our high school students have the opportunity to do some job shadowing out in the community. We provide a more robust report on this in our CTE update every single year in the fall, but we had more than 800 high school students that were out in the community learning about careers and job shadowing. For February, the click rate on my communication was 7.3%. The most clicked links, of course, included the calendar, our legislative page, and our legislative recap, which I really appreciate. I look forward to all of you who are in the audience tonight. We've got another legislative update coming up as well. And then a brief update for you all just about school retirement and boundary adjustments, as I want to share that every single month with you too. We completed the number of grandfather requests for students who wanted to stay at their current campus where they were experiencing a boundary adjustment. That was 214 of those requests. We had 265 student transfer requests that the staff processed. Of those, only 19 were not able to receive their first choice campus. The logistics presentation and coordination for our staff on what it's going to take to move their classroom materials and the logistics and information for that will be shared later this month. We actually, the team met with principals today, and they've got another principal meeting coming up in the middle of the week. And then we've got our legacy celebration scheduled at our campuses that we will be retiring, and we're looking forward to celebrating the history of those wonderful schools. And I'm so appreciative to the people that are on those legacy committees that are planning those events. And then finally, I'm just going to close it up with, we had a great PTA rally day in February. So thankful to our active PTAs that were there and were walking around the Capitol. It was a long day, but a great day, and I couldn't be prouder of how engaged our families are and the contact that they're making with our elected officials to make the needs of Lewisville ISD known. And with that, that's my update.
Thank you, Dr. Rapp. Public comments.
Thanks for the claps.
Public comments are next on the agenda. Those who wish to speak at a board meeting often expect a dialogue with the Board of Trustees. However, in accordance with Texas law, the board is not able to respond directly to comments or questions posed by speakers. Texas law also does not allow the board to discuss or take action on any issue presented during the public forum unless the item has already been posted for action on the meeting agenda. Each speaker will receive a written follow-up from the district in the next 3 business days. The board and the district administration welcomes and values the feedback shared during this time of the meeting, and we are grateful for the continued partnership between LISD and the family and the communities that we serve. We have 5 Lewisville ISD stakeholder speakers tonight, meaning current students, parents, employees, and residents of Lewisville ISD. You will have up to 3 minutes for each one of your presentations. First, Vic Dial.
Members of the LISD School Board. My name is Vic Dale.
You need to press the button to start the mic.
Oh.
Is it on?
Oh, it's on.
There we go. Now we can hear you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Vic Dale. I'm the treasurer of the Flower Mound High School Tech Club. I'm also the parent of an outgoing senior at Flower Mound High School who's been intimately involved with the Tech Club. I'm accompanied by the president and the vice president of the club, who have also registered to speak tonight. So I guess we're 3 of the 5. Shubda Sharma and Pravin Janardan. I'll provide a bit of background on the club, and they will follow up with some of the successes that we've had, some of the things we're grateful for, and some of the things that we need help with. We're here on behalf of the members of the club, the students that make up the club, and their parents who are intimately involved in having the activities of the club happen. Many of them are involved in activities tonight leading up to state championships and world championships, which we've been blessed to be able to make it to in past years and hope to make it to this year as well. So many of them couldn't make it, but some have. And I would ask them to stand and be recognized because they're really who we're here representing. So Flower Mound High School Tech Club, affectionately known as the Jaguar Robotics Club, has been around for a while. It was started 24 years ago. Mr. Shadilak started the program and was intimately involved with it until about 2 years ago when he retired. In fact, he happens to be in the audience, and I would ask the community to recognize his incredible offerings to the school, to the students, and to the Flower Mound High School. The booster club surrounding this started about 16 years ago, out of the 24 that the club has been in existence. This program has been the reason. In fact, there's students walking around the halls of Stanford, UC Berkeley, MIT, because of the shoulders that we're standing on, the tall shoulders of Mr. Shadilak, many of you on the board, teachers, principals, parents, and students. The program supports several different components. There's a FRC component. There's an FTC component. The FRC program is the only one at LISD that's associated with Flower Mound High. That program just 2 weeks ago made the state championships, which will be held in Houston in about 3 weeks. And we hope to make it to Worlds again, like in previous years. The FTC program has been recognized by this board just last year that one of the teams represented the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Dial.
As part. I'll turn it over to Shubda.
Next up, I have Shubda Sharman. Charman.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. Good evening, dear Superintendent, Board of Trustees. I'm Shubhada Sharma, and I'm a parent and a president of a Flower Mound High School Tech Club this year. First of all, I would like to start with thanking our principal, Mr. Russell, for supporting us in this FRC program, which is called like First Robotics Program, which is a bigger robot. And we compete with the entity called FIRST. And this year, allowing us to rent a high school facility after hours. The club privately contracted with LISD teachers willing to keep the facility open. I would also like to thank CTE for supporting us in the past. I would like to thank CTE for monetary support for our Team USA. One of the FTC team won the Worlds last year and represented Team USA to Greece. That's happened in the history for the first time. So FTC team got recognition from the world, from Flower Mound Town Council multiple times, from Senator Mr. Ten Parker, and most importantly, a public social media recognition from the White House. However, we are a little disappointed that the support has wavered in the last year. There are changes this year and it's affecting our students big time. Facility reduced from 2 classrooms to 1 classroom. 1 classroom has laser jet machinery classroom, 1 FTC field, and a small 6x6 area to build our FRC robot. Another room is converted into a drone zone. To our knowledge, this wasn't a plan in the beginning of the year, brought to our notice. And very recently, we were told that the current drone room is also getting converted into the fashion designing classroom. So basically, we'll not have any space to build our big robot. We don't have access to printer after robotics teacher leaves the lab. Beginning of the year, FRC was initially designated as a non-supported program, which came as a big surprise, and since it is a 14-year-old successful program. But we still thank Mr. Russell for continuing to recognize the program as a UL so that kids can go and participate. FTC initially promised to be supported as is like last year, but this appears to be shifting too. LISD has a diverse set of students from different backgrounds and the corresponding schools in each city as well. Each school has students that needs attention in different areas. So we request the city and district not to apply the same rule to all the schools because our Flower Mound robotics program is like, it's at this level. So instead of cutting down FRC program and bringing to all the schools at the same level, we want like other schools in the LISD to come to our level and make it, because it's a STEM era. So that's what the request is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pravin Janadaram.
Good evening, members of the LISD board. My name is Pravin Janardhanam, and I am a parent and vice president for the Flower Mound Tech Club. I can't thank enough Mr. Russell, Mr. Shadlack, and all the parents before us who created this program. Robotics is the only program that brings together all aspects of science, technology, engineering, and math that the kids learn in the classroom with hands-on project-based learning. I have personally seen how this program has benefited my son for the past 4 years, and as a parent mentor for my team for the past 6 years, and the same team that represented Team USA at a global level this year, I can confidently say that this program is extremely important for every student going forward. Achievement in robotics takes significant time. Schools and teams struggle to launch a successful program even after years. We keep getting the reason for not supporting the FRC program is that other schools in the district do not have this program. Some of the schools in the region have 2 FRC teams in a 28,000 school district. We, as a 47,000 student body, have 1 FRC team in 1 school. Let us please protect it and grow it in other schools in the district. We are fortunate to have a lot of parents registered in the Valley willing to support the program, but are unable to support after school hours since a teacher is required. We need a process in place so that parents can support the program at a facility even if a teacher is not available. Let us, the parents, help you in this time of financial crisis the district faces. The club has been asked to sign a rental agreement for the first time in 16 years of the club to use the facility after hours without utilities being available. We kindly request that FMHS students don't have to rent their own school to work on the robot. The rental is of no cost, thanks to Mr. Russell. We really appreciate his help in every single way possible. But the students and parents are afraid that this is just a starting for many more constraints to come in future. We request for the robotics field to be available either in the school or in the CTE facility that is available with extended hours access to students. We kindly request your continued focus on supporting the FIRST robotics programs as you have already in the past. And these programs are internationally recognized by many colleges and universities worldwide. We sincerely thank you for hearing us on behalf of the parents and students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sandeep Sharma.
Good evening, Sandeep here. Good evening to my favorite board and Dr. Rapp. So thanks to the years of great service and the encouragement that the board and the faculty has given to the Booster Club, they've done great things. So there are these 2 sizes of computers, like small computers, small robots and big robots. They've been kind of working in their garages. It's kind of easy to do that when you are building a small robot. The big robots need a large space. It probably needs a big space as much as this. So the lack of facility has been there, but these kids have actually, with so much passion, been working, going to Fort Worth to kind of test their robots or whatever they need to kind of do. Been doing that. See, I kind of got involved like years ago when it was a VEX program, and I was judging that, and I was amazed at the kids because not only were they playing with these robots, but they had like these design documentation, something that senior engineers would have. And then it was that was encouraging. And then when these kids were winning awards, the town actually had have them come over and were recognizing them, which is further kind of motivating. So I kind of got involved when my son kind of started to kind of do the robots. And over the years, or actually more recently, I've seen that as you succeed, right, you build on success. You build a bigger program. That's how companies, organizations, schools do that. And what kind of got me to come over here was I was sensing that these kids are working hard and with all that passion to kind of do it on their own. But when you kind of ask them, it's just the kind of message you send. When you ask them to pay for, heating and cooling, it's a small amount, but it's kind of sent the wrong message. Like, man, this is not right. We can't be treating these kids that we don't need them or they don't, have a place here. So my request is to kind of please do not demoralize these kids. Encourage them if you can. It's great if you can add to the program drones and other things. That's where we are moving. But let's not kind of cut it. So there's about one team in Flower Mound High School. That's the big robot team. There are about 8 teams that are those smaller robots. And 5 of those teams have made it to regionals. And you got the other stats over here. There's also, they've been having a big impact. We heard them say that the team has made it to the state. One of the big factors is the impact. And impact is like how much impact you have on the community, on the smaller teams, on the regional teams, on the Lego teams, just across the town and the district. So that's been kind of wonderful. That takes them, and that's such a big deal, that takes them all to the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lalona Parambath.
Good evening, Superintendent Rapp, Board of Trustees, and community members. My name is Lalona Parambath, and I stand before you tonight as a proud parent and an advocate for Flower Mound High School, Flower Mound High School's FTC and FRC robotics program, which, in my opinion, is one of the most successful and impactful programs in LISD. First of all, I'm sincerely thankful for all the support that we have received from LISD, our school principal, Mr. Russell, and various mentors and parents over the years for this program. FMHS Robotics is not just an after-school club. It is a lot more than that. It's a program that shapes futures, it sparks innovation, and it sets our district apart as a leader in STEM competitions. And this program has not only shaped my high school seniors' future, but it has also inspired countless students to pursue careers in STEM, problem solving, leadership, foster inclusivity and teamwork, all essential skills in this, in this real world, as they step into the real world. And with your support, I hope my middle schooler will have some of those same opportunities to dream, to build, and to excel. But now it looks like we run the risk of cutting short the FRC and FTC programs, the very thing that have allowed these students to thrive, and on national and international stage. And imagine going back to our kids and telling them that our future engineers and creative innovators, that we don't have the space for you or we don't have the funds to help you achieve your dreams. So, so why do FTCs and FRCs matter? These programs are not just about building robots. They, for example, studies and surveys show that FIRST robotics participants are 2.5 times more likely to pursue STEM college education, and 75% of them credit their choice to this FIRST robotics program that they pursued in school. And 60% more girls pursue STEM competitions via FRCs and FTC. And the FRC and FTC alumni are twice as likely to hold patents and start businesses. So, and we want entrepreneurs for sure. So, what are we requesting of you? A permanent.
Thank you so much. That concludes public comment for this evening. Next up are consent items.
Ms. Prosnick, administration would like to pull item J1C3. That is consider approval of 2024 bond first sale CSP 3305-25 high school stadium scoreboard replacement. From consideration this evening, the item will be brought back for additional discussion at the April 7th work session.
Very good. Are there any other items to be pulled, or would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as recommended by administration with the exception of the following item pulled for separate consideration, J1C3.
J1C3 has been removed from the consent agenda items.
I was going to ask about that.
Yes.
So since administrative pulled it, I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Ms. Taylor. Any discussion? All those in favor? Passes unanimously 7-0. Next up is information items. First up is the District Improvement Plan and the Long Range Plan update. Dr. Miller.
Good evening, Madam President and Board. So we're here for our update. If you recall, our last update was in December, and so this is our following update since then. A couple reminders about District Improvement Plan. The goals align with the Long Range Plan, so we have 5 goals, and then 6 and 7 included in the plan have to do with federal and state mandates and accountability. We have had a district department and campus check-in in February, and so this presentation will include information from those check-ins along with any adjustments that were made between November and now. And then just a reminder that our staff survey is given 3 times a year, so we do have staff updates for you, but our student and family surveys are only twice a year, so they actually go out next week. So we'll have that update information for the next time that we do DIP update. I'm not going to spend too much time on student learning because we're about to have a student learning presentation right after this, so you'll have lots of details about that. But just since it is Goal 1, we have had our second round of intensive conversations and review of looking at data, both on the targeted campuses as well as campuses overall when we did our campus scorecard check-ins. And we've had follow-up meetings with CTE. There are some plans that we're even looking at that we've put into place for next year to help with some CTE starting in middle school. And then if you remember our recommendation tracker, those are the recommendations. Last year's plan was to get feedback, and so we have 5 recommendations from the feedback. We have completed 3 of those 5 recommendations so far this year. On our scorecard for Goal 1, you can see that everything is on track. We've exceeded everything so far, or we are on track to do that by the end of this year. Okay, yeah. So there's one comment I want to make, but it's not on this goal. So All right, and then you'll get lots of details about student learning here in a minute from Dr. Fitzhugh. But for goal 2, that's student experience. So we're looking at what our learning environment, our framework for a positive, the culture of the classroom culture, and then behavior management. So we continue to reinforce the One Vision framework, not only academically, but also, if you recall, in the middle is about positive learning environment, because those go together. And we have really, since our November check-in, our campuses have really been able to reflect on what things have been moving that have had a positive impact, and then what things might we benefit from learning from others. And so we have spent the last couple principal U's having principals lead sessions on their successes and collaborating together on the things that are working and then getting input from others. And then we've also created we have seen some really strong movement on our truancy and attendance, and so we have collected a bank of all those things that people are seeing that are working well when they partner with their families, and so we've created a bank for them on that. And this is the one I wanted to comment when we look at our scorecard, that on our student involvement, remember that is, we have a number that comes from the courses that they are in, and then we also have student that kind of reflect on their survey. Remember, we haven't done another student survey yet, so student survey numbers are from fall, and then the courses are, of course, spring. So, like, remember, football was in fall, that's big, and now there are lots of spring sports that are great, but not quite as big as football, and we don't have student feedback yet on what other clubs they're in spring. So that we anticipate changing, that being impacted once we have a student survey. All right, and then this is the second part of goal 2 is on safety and security things, and then on our learning environment, which we have done a lot of the recommendations, even exceeded some of the recommendations that we thought we would do this year. On resource stewardship, remember that's goal 3 and 4. 3 is on the finances and 4 is on our people. And so we continue, this one you all are closely part of the conversation, continuing to implement changes to help decrease our expenditures on the M&O side. And then we have implemented in January, we implemented our new ERP process, and so that is going well now this spring. And then we have done several recommendations on streamlining things to make more efficient and easier for our staff, and so those are part of the recommendations we've completed. And again, we are on track or have exceeded those goals so far right now, so we're staying the course. And then goal 4 is on our people. So that is our recruiting, retaining, and retention of that. So we continue with building our own programs. We've collaborated with some others we've heard some barriers, especially for like our associate teachers or those not certified yet, and so really trying to partner with others to address those barriers that we've heard. Most of them either on preparation for the testing or on payment for the testing, those kind of things in order to be certified. And so we are working through those things. The minor change, we indicated in fall that there would be a minor change on the certification, and so now we have put in a pre-assessment that we have established to really help those that aren't certified to make sure they're placed in the right place, and then also that they have support to help them get certified. And so we are on course for all of those things. And we did get back in January, it came out about the percentage of marketplace that we have for retention, and so we are number 3. So that number has been updated. We're 3rd for this year for retention in our market. So that has been updated since last time as well. And then this one is on our professional learning and people feeling that they have adequate training for their position, which is coming in really strong. And then our last goal is community engagement. We did indicate a minor change in the fall, and we have done that with our February, we had a professional learning day on Valentine's Day. And so we created a video to do two things. First, to send out an updated, unified message to the staff so they could all hear the same thing. And we also provided some feedback and follow up on things that they had given us feedback on. So what the follow-up was for based on their feedback, or some insights to the feedback. So or changes we made based on their feedback. So we did that. And then communications is also working to implement engagement a little differently on the different stories that are out there and how we're sharing them and when we're sharing them. So we have seen some good increase on engagement as well. And so the first one where we indicated change, I just talked about that. All the others have exceeded or are par to meet our goals that we have. And then we will have another end of the year, we will have an update which will include all 3 surveys results as part of the scorecard. And then our student learning will accompany that in June as well. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Are there any comments or questions? Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. This is less of a question and more of it's a quandary that I'm in. Because at our last workshop, we looked at some scenarios of what it would look like budget-wise to provide our staff with some sort of compensation that we have not been able to give this year. And the scenario that is stuck in my head is one that would put us in an $18 million deficit. Am I remembering one of those scenarios correctly? I don't remember which one, so you can remind me of which one that is. But that's the one that's stuck in my head, $18 million deficit. To give our teachers even just 3%, which is, when you consider we didn't give anything this past year, is not even keeping up with inflation, not even close. So we have, and I like the way that you worded that we have those 2 parts of goal 4, right? We have the money and the people. And those are the 2 things that I can't reconcile. If we don't give our teachers something this year, we're not going to say number 3. We're not. We're not going to see the positive staff surveys that we see. And I say that not to say that our staff aren't happy with their culture and things like that, because I truly believe that they are happy here. But at the end of the day, you got to buy groceries. So do we put ourselves in a situation that is unsustainable on the money side of goal 4 to maintain the kinds of staff that create the environment where we have these kinds of celebrations? Without some sort of relief, I don't know how to balance that equation between the people and the money. I cannot figure it out. So that's my Debbie Downer comment. I'm gonna end with a positive comment. This process, Dr. Miller, that you and your team and the principals and administration have worked together to do, this kind of continuous improvement is top-notch. These feedback loops that you described with training, with working with the principals on where they need to make adjustments, with working with the teammates, that some of whom are in this room, are why we have the top CTE program, one of 38 in the state, are why we have students who are able to accomplish what they can accomplish. So I am incredibly, incredibly proud to be a part of this district, and I wish that people on the outside could hear us when we say We need help balancing that equation. That's all I got.
Thank you, Dr. Barker. Next up is the student learning update. Dr. Fitzhugh, the companion piece, if you will.
The companion. Good evening. Tonight I am going to be accompanied by Karen Spalding, the Executive Director of Elementary Curriculum and Programs. I also made a note, because I always forget to do this, we are accompanied in this room by several people. The student learning presentation doesn't happen by just me and Karen. There are several friends from Learning and Teaching in the back, CTE, also counseling plays a big role in this. And so I just wanted to acknowledge this is a village that helps make this happen. And I want to say that at the beginning because I always forget at the end. Okay. So background information, this is pretty standard. We use iStation as part of our measurement for our early childhood reading and early childhood math. We set these goals and have looked at the beginning of your data as of November 11th. Our early childhood reading and math goals, they are part of our campus improvement plans, and this is just a new little bullet here. It cost us approximately $500,000 to fund this endeavor, and we do not get that money. It's required by TEA, and it's not funded. So, okay, early childhood reading. So middle of year, as you can see, our numbers have increased across the board. We are seeing progress in these goals. We're seeing that our students are, there's one area where we've taken a little bit of a back step, but for the most part, we are seeing the growth that we would expect to see. There are some areas where we're going to have to see a little bit of acceleration to make sure we meet that goal, but we feel pretty confident with the different interventions and the feedback loops that we're having in Learning and Teaching is working with those campuses that we are on target to meet our goals. This data does not include IEP progress. That will be added in at the end of year. Of note, right now we currently have 3 campuses that have met their target. That's an increase from 2. One of the things at this point in time we tend to have historically seen a lot more campuses already meet their goal. We spent a lot of time this past spring really making sure we aligned the goals and set targets that were appropriate and didn't. So that's why we're not seeing as many already meeting their goal. We have 15 campuses that are within 10%, and you can see we're down from 16 to 11 campuses that have more than 20%. We also, as part of our readiness dashboard, look at how many students are not only on grade level but are showing growth. And so what you can see there, I've kind of put a red box around it, but 92.5% of our third graders have shown growth or are on grade level. So we are seeing definite movement in the direction of students getting to the proficient level. Dr. Miller just kind of showed this, but I just wanted to pull this in terms of the long-range plan. We do look at this, and we measure. Our campuses reflect. While we don't have them signal out at middle of year, we did meet with all the principals and talk about their data. We had them look back at how they signaled in the fall, and if they had indicated a change, how had that change gone? What are they doing? Are they seeing the results mid-year that they would expect? And then they reflected in their campus improvement plans again. So again, it's just that continuous loop. We are circling back to this same data. This is a data graph provided by iStation, and it just shows in terms of where we are with the curve. And so that red line is the expected target curve of how student distribution should be. The green is where we actually are. One of the things you'll see is that over to the right side, we are exceeding the curve with our students in terms of who's above and where they're at. But we also have a little bit of a larger tail end too. And so one of the things, this is only the English version. iStation doesn't merge English and Spanish when they create these graphs. So some of that data is a little bit off from what we're showing in our tables because the Spanish has not been pulled in.
Powerful methods of improving and this personalized.
New deployment model gives some very targeted and increased support to some of our campuses so that they can get continual days in a row with teachers, and that's making a difference. Priority has been given to new teachers or teachers that are new to the grade level. We try to serve everybody, but if we have to choose, those are teachers that get priority from our learning facilitators. In third grade this year, almost a third of our teachers are either new to the profession or new to the grade level. So it's a large percentage in that particular grade level. The focus of their coaching has really been on small group differentiated support for students using our data from iStation and also our data from DIBELS, EDEL, which are short little assessments that give teachers a very targeted glimpse into what foundational skill gaps are missing in students so that they can be filled through intervention small groups. Our language arts team has also created vertical supports so that if teachers in upper grade levels need resources for readers who are reading in a lower grade level, they have those at their fingertips. So if I'm a fifth grade teacher, but I get a student who's reading at a second grade level, I have exactly what I need to reach that child. We've also been implementing rehearsals of instruction in some of our PLCs, and that's been a powerful opportunity to try to elevate instruction as teachers practice together to work to increase their effectiveness. Literacy check-ins and reading academies continue to support campuses as well.
Okay, in early childhood math. So the background on math, we started using this in 2021. I say this every time, but it's just important for us to remember it. Math has a scope and sequence that's a little bit different, and so it's always subjective to how much of the curriculum has been taught, so we start to see large gains by the time we get to middle of year. And just another reminder that the math assessment's only available in English. So what you can see with our middle of year data is that we did see the large growth that we thought we would see. Some of our students have already met their targets. The Asian student group had already met its target that was set. Our 2 or more has already met its target, and the white student group has already met its target set for this year. This is without the IEP data added in, so we will continue to see these grow, especially in April when we add in the individual progress for those students. When you look at our campus distribution, again, we're to 5 campuses that have already met their target. That was at 0 at the beginning of the year. So we're already seeing that movement, and we've gone down to 12 campuses that have more than 20%, which was at 28. So we really are seeing significant growth in the math, as we would expect to see at this point. Again, this goes back to Dr. Miller. It's that same little chart. We had the exact same conversations about math that we had with reading. If our campuses at middle of year looked at their data, they had signaled a change or had not signaled a change, what were they seeing with their middle of year data, and did they need to do something a little bit different, and was the impact what they expected it to be? This is that same graph that we use with reading, but it's for math, and we pretty much perfectly align with the distribution curve. This is without our IEP data being added in, and so that's one of those pieces that we're on track where we think we should be mid-year.
So personalized coaching continues with our math and science learning facilitators as well. We've logged 1,581 math-focused coaching sessions in the first semester, and in those coaching sessions, our learning facilitators are really digging into those essential math standards and breaking them down with teachers so they know exactly what full levels of mastery looks like so that they know where to target intervention. We know that just like with reading, the more targeted the intervention, the more likely it is to work. And so we're working with teachers to make sure that they are well supported in knowing exactly how to fill gaps with students. The team has encouraged the use of our district-provided formative assessments as a way to ensure that teams are looking at data commonly and making assessment decisions across the grade level. In addition to the kind of support that learning facilitators and our content administrators are providing, we've also been leaning into our campus administrators. We've completed 2 of 3 PLCs with 18 high-priority campus administrators. These sessions are taking them through a process of monitoring closely their student groups, and just as we've reported to you today of those student groups that we've been focused on, to make sure that we're not missing any student as we watch their progress and monitor the closing of achievement gaps. We're doing walkthroughs with administrators to help them look for high-yield instructional practices and give feedback to them and to teachers and the trends that we see on their campuses. And as Dr. Miller mentioned in the DIP report, we are have provided a lot of professional learning this year for our administrators in our One Vision framework. That has been a big focus. We're excited about rolling that out across the district to our elementary teachers over the summer and across the next 2 years, as we have a 2-year rollout plan to really feed into their understanding of the One Vision framework as well. Content and program administrators also continue to support campuses each time we have campus professional learning. For example, on the February 14th Professional Learning Day, our team provided 21 unique professional learning sessions across the district, some people presenting at 2 or 3 different campuses throughout the day to try to share the wealth. As you recall before, I mentioned that we launched a change in our support model for our learning facilitators by offering concentrated support. We shared this with you at the beginning of the year. That change started then. It was necessary because as our learning facilitator team has gotten smaller, we've asked them to take on additional content in their coaching skills so that they can serve more teachers with fewer people. And we're grateful for the team that we have, and we find that this model is starting to show fruit since they're getting longer amounts of time at fewer campuses by taking on more content. So our previously K2 and 3-5 language arts and social studies teams are now serving K5, and our math and science separate teams are now one math science team.
Okay, and the last area is CCMR, College Career Military Readiness. This is our participation count on our college readiness exams to date. It's important to note that students can be represented more than once in this, as students could take all the exams. The state does provide each student is allowed to take one exam at free of charge. And so what we had happen last year, if you compare between the presentations, is LHS had a lot of their juniors take the ACT last spring. So those students have already used their free exam, so now the SAT numbers are a little bit off. So it just kind of depends on where the emphasis happens and what else, how the kids select what they're taking. Also, you'll see here our TSI reading and TSI math are increased. That's because of the actions we put in place last spring, where we said at the end of Algebra 2 and English 3 we were going to offer that test to our students. What you can see here with our class of 2025, there's 2 different ways we look at our goal. The first one is the TEA definition, which is seniors actually meeting the criteria. You can see that we are seeing slight increases from beginning of year. It is very small right now because a lot of this criteria is based on end of year data. You have to complete your dual credit course. You have to complete your CTE certification. There's lots ongoing, but we are seeing the movement in that direction. The board goals written around us having students be engaged in CCMR activities and making sure that we're reaching out and encouraging, and you will see that we are seeing increases in that from beginning of year to where we are right now at middle of year. I do think the steps that we've taken to try to reach out and find students who aren't engaged are having an impact. It's just now getting them to meet the TEA criteria. Also, additionally, we have local readiness data because the TEA definition is so small and very directed, I guess would be the way to say it. And so what you can see is that as you look from freshmen to seniors, our students are increasing in terms of having GPA, discipline, attendance, engagement in activities. Those are the different criteria that we look at. And so we see an increase there. We also include the TEA definitions because those are a measure of college readiness as well. When you look at this, our focus areas for 24-25, this is just some additional data of how we have increased enrollment in our college prep courses as well as dual credit. We do know that TEA is redefining that college prep definition, and there are some new criterias, and so we are not putting all of our eggs in one basket. We're working on lots of different areas, but we are seeing increased enrollment in those courses. When it comes to CCMR, the biggest thing we talked about on the other slide is just that we are really focused on student engagement versus the state accountability. We really want our students to have experiences and to pick what's best for them versus completing a TEA required path. So we really do try to encourage students to find their passion and to pursue that, which sometimes negatively impacts our state CCMR data. We are continuing to meet with our campuses. We met last week, talked with all of them about we met mid-year with all the campuses, and then as a larger team met last week to talk about next steps for CCMR and what do we see the next steps being, how are our different implementations impacting our targets, and are they having the impact we want. TSI, we are having more kids take that. They're not always being successful on it, so the next question is, what do we need to do to impact that? The tech tours at 8th grade, we are seeing they're being positively received. And then counseling has worked on updating that 9th grade PGP meeting to incorporate CCMR language. With that, we will be back in June to update on our end of year. And thank you.
Any comments or questions, Dr. Bonner?
I really dislike all this, if I can just be honest for a second. You know, when we look at the growth of a plant, we don't go pull the plant up and check the roots to assess it and then cram it back in the dirt, right? So I'm really torn on all this because, you know, some of the subgroups, you can tell they're right on track where they're going to be. And some of them are lagging. And what do we as a board do? Well, y'all do better. Get the pedal down faster. You know, get there quicker to make it look like, or to make it be even, right? And so I have angst over this, if I'm just being honest, because we have a year to educate these kiddos, but here we are, right? At the same time, we would be deficient if we didn't do this. So, you know, I'm torn. I did want to ask you a couple of questions. I think on the campuses, the 20%, or excuse me, the campuses that are 20% plus away, I'm guessing that's the 7.5 and the 15% that are reconsidering what they do. I hope it is, right?
Absolutely.
So we've correlated that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we say that they're making major changes, you showed a whole listing of all the things we're doing. Just kind of anecdotally, what do you see them doing?
Sure. One of the things that I appreciate your comment about the angst, because every single year, regardless, even though we bring a similar presentation to you with updated data every time, every single year there's different humans in third grade.
100%.
And different humans teaching third grade. And we work with the humans that are in front of us, right? So one of the things we want to do with our administrators very specifically is make sure that on our campuses that have great needs, we want to make sure that we're helping them look at their data student by student by student so that no one falls in the cracks. So we created some spreadsheets for them that filter students by these student groups so that we can look very specifically, how are students in this category doing? How are students in this category doing by name? And then we can talk about their plan and their path and their teachers. We can go into their classrooms and see what those small group instruction looks like and give feedback that's directly to those teachers. So it's a real partnership with campus administration. Additionally, an example I can give you of some classroom rehearsals that we're doing, our language arts and dual language team has been working together at Vickery with the kindergarten and first grade teachers specifically. Those teachers have been practicing rehearsal of foundation skills instruction with each other in PLCs and giving each other feedback along with their campus administrators and our coaches to try and elevate their upcoming lessons. And what we've seen in just a short time is incredible growth from those teachers as they play against each other and comment on the things that they're getting ready to teach in front of children. That's just one campus's example of rehearsal of instruction, but that's an opportunity that doesn't require any subs or any money. It's just time together as professional colleagues being vulnerable. It takes a lot of vulnerability to stand up and teach like you're teaching to a 5-year-old in front of your colleagues. But as they practice in front of each other and give each other feedback, they're growing each other. And so I'm very pleased with that example, and we're spreading that method across the district as we get more and more teacher groups who are ready and willing to take on that level of vulnerability.
Yeah, I'm thankful for you sharing that particular one because it gives us an opportunity to see how we envision how it might be. Now, me working across from you, that's vastly different from how a 5-year-old might respond, right? But we're doing the best we can.
Right.
And so I'm just thankful that you all are available to assist in that. And I really wanted to hear a little bit, okay, if we're making major changes, what are they? So I appreciate that snapshot. Thank you.
Ms. Lasan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Spalding, for being here, and your team back there for sitting through this. That's we know that you guys do a lot of work, and so thank you for being here. And I love, what you said about, we're teaching little humans that are, I know we have to. I like what you said too, Dr. Bonner, about the statistics that we have to follow and all that stuff. But I think everyone needs to know, if they don't, they should, that we care about every single kid, no matter where they come from, no matter what their skin color is. And so I appreciate the work that you guys do to make sure that we reach each and every one of them, because I have full confidence that you do. Okay, so my ears kind of perked up whenever you were talking about, and I don't know, this might be for you, I think, about iStation being an unfunded mandate, well, the early reading screener being an unfunded mandate to the tune of $500,000. Is that per year that we pay?
Yes.
And if we didn't do iStation, what would be the other option? What would be another option?
I can speak to that.
Yeah. Okay.
We are actually in the process of participating in an RFP right now.
That was going to be my other question. I thought we were. Okay.
So we've sent our proposal out. Vendors have asked their questions. We've answered those questions, and now we're waiting for their completed proposals. So we'll look into that. But honestly, $500,000 is up. I mean, just in the 4 years that I've been with you all in this district, I've seen that number grow exponentially.
Oh, the amount of the
right,
software.
Like it was closer to
okay.
300,000 when I first arrived, and
Okay.
now we're at 500,000. And I would anticipate numbers closer to 700,000 on some of these bids.
Wow.
We're
And
just
is that for
based upon-
math and reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the 500,000 is for math and reading.
And English and Spanish for reading, but it's English only for math. That's what's available for my station.
Okay. Okay. And then the other thing, the middle of year measurement is, I'm assuming, what you were showing us today. And so is that taken like end of December, early January?
It's January.
It's January. Okay, so like the kids get back and
Yes,
what have you.
we try to encourage not to take it when they first return from winter break.
Sure.
That, wait a week.
Shake the
and
cobwebs
then
out.
Shake some cobwebs
Okay.
off. We've had some growth in that from where we used to be a few years ago, so that's a good thing. We are shaking some cobwebs.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the data. Lots of, well, I would say good, but lots of information being shared. I think my comments are always the same when we get these reports. I have angst, I guess is probably a good way to put it, especially around some of the student populations. And I saw where, I guess, the campuses that, even though there was significant growth, I want to at least point that out, there was significant growth from beginning of the year and from where we were last year with the number of campuses meeting goal or close to goal. But there were some that there were significant numbers to me that were way off from goal. I wanted to know how likely it would be, I guess, what do we have, 9 weeks that they would meet goal. I also wanted to know about the interventions. I read it. I appreciate your comment, just understanding some of the things that are done. And I know we have this information by school. Do we have it consolidated where it's by feeder pattern? I would like to see if there's a trend across certain campuses, and if that could help identify if certain campuses need even more support, especially with closing the gaps for some of the student cohorts that are listed.
I am sure that is something we can work towards.
I mean, I guess let me clarify, Ms. Taylor. Do you just want me to reorganize the pages so that all of the...
I would like to see it consolidated by feeder pattern.
So would it be okay if they were all, I mean, I think I can do it. I'm just
Okay.
asking, do you want to, I don't know, we'll talk about the format that you would
Yeah,
like to see it
talk
in.
about
That's
the
where
format.
my mind is stuck on right now is what format, but yes, we can
I
figure
just
that
want
out.
to see the trends across campuses, if some campuses are contributing more to not meeting goal to see if you're able to, if we're able to provide additional interventions for those campuses. Because when I look at this, I'm looking at the student cohorts, and every time I've received this presentation, it's the same cohorts that are struggling, and just wanting to make sure that we provide additional support and meet all of the students where they are. But again, I do want to point out great progress across, even though to me it's clear that some of the same groups are not going to meet goal.
There are still work to be done for sure, and I appreciate that. The 18 campuses that we've been focusing in on in terms of really looking carefully student by student and group by group this year represent campuses that have high percentages of students that fall into these cohorts. And some, it's interesting, some of them have large numbers of just one sub-student group, and some have students in every student group. So campuses are so unique. That's why we have to sit down with each administrator and just really look at their trends individual by individual to make sure that we keep our eyes on every single student.
Question. With respect to that, related to the different cohorts, has there been any discussion, and maybe it's not allowed because of TEKS, with more responsive curriculum targeted to those student populations? Or is that not allowed due to TEKS?
We all of our curriculum follows the state standards no matter what. That's our first stop, is it has to apply to the TEKS. Within that, our curriculum, since it's written by LISD teachers and staff, we do offer some differentiation within the curriculum to help. For example, this year we've been increasing the number of cross-linguistic accommodations for our dual language teachers. But that's one of our goals for the next year in the DIP as a response to our survey, is to increase those differentiation resources even more. You're welcome.
Dr. Barker. Thank you, Madam President. Surprisingly, I'm not going to ask any questions about the data itself. Instead, I want to talk a little bit about the coaching model. Remind me again how many positions we've cut from central office over the last few. Am I stealing your thunder? Well, I'm only going to touch on it. You can expound further.
Yeah, I do have it in my legislative update, but we've just within the last year, I mean, we're over 60 positions at central office, 136 total, I think, since 2019. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and the reason that I say this is because I do really appreciate the model that is happening with coaching, but I'm also a big Atul Gawande fan, and those of you that don't know that name, it's a surgeon who talks about how important it is for professionals at the top of their game to continue to receive coaching. And so my fear always when we talk about this coaching model and how targeted we are with new teachers, with teachers that are new to their grade level, or with teachers that may be struggling in some of these areas, is that then gosh, those really good teachers that could also benefit from coaching get left out. And that just, it breaks my heart a little bit. But I love that, and I'm going to, you said this one little statement, and I'm going to maybe ask for a little bit more clarification. Lesson internalization and rehearsal, fantastic practices within PLCs, right? Top-notch practices. And you mentioned very briefly that is working its way through the district. So how are we going to make that happen in a consistent way so that our best teachers can get that same feedback loop and that same protocol when they don't have those facilitators as often with them?
Well, it's a real trick. I would be remiss if I didn't say that that's the truth. we've talked to you in the past a little bit about the learning labs that we have started doing, and in those instances, that's a really targeted professional learning experience where teachers get to see a model, learn about something, see it modeled with their students in their classroom, step out of the classroom, plan for it, and then immediately go in and try. That's one method of professional learning for teachers that's highly effective. But we have to be really creative to do that without subs. That's best done when there's subs. So we've kind of leaned back a little bit from that model and leaned into doing rehearsals during PLCs, because teachers are meeting during PLCs, and that as principals are figuring out ways to get them time in PLC regardless of our sub challenges. And so that's our moment to be in front of a whole team. It's also a chance to coach an entire team at one time, so we can kind of maximize time per person that way. But that idea of leaning into rehearsals of instruction has really been brought to the surface this year as a need, since we could not, with our 6 language arts or 6 math science learning facilitators, reach 40 campuses of teachers. We're doing it in small places, where in little bits, like at Vickery, for example. And as we started there, other principals started saying, hey, I'd like to experience that too, and then invite us to go someplace else and someplace else. And it's felt a little bit like a grassroots effort. And while that doesn't sound like a very strategic design, the vulnerability that it takes for teachers to experience that, if don't come in and experience that as a welcome partner with them, then it can feel more like a roadblock than an opportunity for a lift. So we are right now going to the exciting places where we are invited. But as teachers talk about it and principals talk about its effectiveness, it's catching on. So it's always our goal to say yes whenever principals and teachers ask us for support. We try to find a way. We try to find some way to cover for each other and make it happen with our small but mighty team. And we're very grateful for the 12 that we have. Please, no complaints. I'm thrilled that we have as many as we have. Of course, you find a magic money tree and want to give us more learning facilitators, we'll do more with more, but I know that's not the case right now.
I do think what a great contrast to what we saw. I believe, unfortunately, the Texas Education Agency really focused their efforts and energy on is more around the development of Bluebonnet learning and that kind of curriculum. But listen to what Ms. Spalding's saying is really what makes a difference with teachers. It isn't handing the state a curriculum. It is letting districts invest in building the capacity of staff. And one of the ideas that I'm excited about that Learning and Teaching's working on in collaboration with schools is the One Vision leaders around the One Vision framework to try to build capacity faster without the support personnel. And so we'll talk more about that when we bring the DIP forward also.
Thank you for sharing that. It made me think of 2 things. Number one, your comment just now about Bluebonnet. What's interesting is that those districts that have participated in certain grants to implement Bluebonnet are doing this exact thing, because you can't just hand a curriculum to a teacher. They need training and support to implement it. So as a part of those grants, they have individuals that come in and coach them and rehearse those lessons, because it doesn't matter what the curriculum is. You've still got to internalize what it is that you're teaching. So I think that's kind of humorous that, they think that there's this magic bullet, but then, oh, wait, we're actually going to have to coach them even if we hand them these materials. So there's that. And then 2, I really do appreciate you pulling in those principals and leaning on them, because when you're not there, they're there, right? And they're the instructional leaders on their campus. So being able to leverage them and to walk side by side with them around the One Vision framework and with those PLC protocols, so that they can lead those when you're not there and be able to build capacity in those teachers. So thank you for giving me more clarification about that.
Thank you. The one thing I would add is that, and you touched on it, and that is support is people. It's not a program, it's not an iPad app, it's people. Could you very briefly, because I know you could probably talk about it for hours, but I'd like to get home tonight. Could you explain how important coaching is in addressing learning gaps when we look at these numbers?
Absolutely. As you've already stated tonight, no matter how high quality the instructional materials are in front of the teacher, if they don't know how to navigate student data and pinpoint exactly where the gap in achievement exists and seek to fill that gap, which is unique to every single child in every single classroom makeup, then their best delivery to all is not going to be enough. So coaching allows for us to help teachers try and find those details so that they can respond effectively.
And we have 12,
We have
correct?
6 language arts social studies learning facilitators and 6 math science learning facilitators. They serve between 4 to 7 campuses each.
I was going to say, and we have 39 elementary campuses.
We have 1 pre-K learning facilitator that serves all the pre-K teachers across the district as well.
Yeah.
We're very grateful for her too.
You can do that math, if you will. So, if there are no other comments, thank you so much. We'll move on to the monthly technology report. Mr. Colbeck.
Thank you, Madam President. The monthly technology report is in board book. This is for data ending 1/31/2025. The bond funds for 2017, they're spent down about 7% remaining. We spent it down a little bit more since the last time. Some of our invoices have come through, so there's about $5.5 million remaining. If you look at the fees for the month, the revenues now are slightly outpacing the expenditures, which is common at this point of year. Obviously, most of our fees are collected and our expenses go up. Looking at our device ages, we're 1 month older. I mentioned in the past we're going to start seeing hopefully that teacher device age balance out as we start implementing the iPad replacement for staff. We'll, I think, start seeing that happen in February. On the second page, a couple items to point out. And we heard the DIP presentation tonight, so another companion to the DIP would be devices on campus. Our goal for this year is 89%, so this month we're at 91.06%, which is essentially students in grades 4 through 12. They're bringing those devices daily and they're ready to use on campus. When we look at our categorical use for iPads in grades 4 through 12, out of the total bandwidth, 95.04% is for the educational purpose. So that continues to get tighter as we continue to try to focus on some of our filtering policies. I also want to point out a couple things. If you look at the bottom of the graph, you're going to see pretty much all green. Where previous months we were seeing some orange for at home. So as we've transitioned iPads over to our new filtering, we've lost the ability to have that insight for at home use. So in relationship to that, if you go up to the middle of the page, you'll see I think it's obviously impacting our average monthly bandwidth per student because it's not calculating that total in there. So you're seeing that dip. So until we get a resolution to that, obviously we're going to be lower than previous years. Lastly, I want to point out, and I put this in one of the previous board letters, we do have an anomaly there for Lily Jackson, and that's because of a specific user that we needed to run iOS and iPad updates. So that skews the average bandwidth per student on that graph, and then obviously it skews the total graph because it drives the bandwidth up for that user. But anyway, that's an anomaly that we were able to identify there. But with that, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Are there any comments or questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Colbeck.
Thank you.
Moving on to our discussion items, the monthly financial report, including the bond report, land sale report, and the monthly investment summary. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 308 of your financial report, I would just point out that these are for amounts received at the end of January 31st. So we have total general fund revenues of $401 million received. Of that, $342 million of that are taxes. I thought I would point out since I'm getting to do this with Mr. Raragon, I get to kind of do whatever I want, I suppose. On line 91, you've got contracted instructional services. I just thought I'd remind everybody that's the recapture payment. So $12.8 million going back to the state of Texas for recapture. The legislature's in session, and they could help do something about that by increasing the basic allotment. And then our expenditures for the end of January totaled $230 million. Additionally, I noted, this might be a good time to bring back up too, we pay $4.7 million to DCAD. Ms. Lasan and I were talking about that earlier today as another, what I believe, unfunded mandate that has to be accounted for in these expenditures. Then on page 309, I would just point out that the Child Nutrition Fund has a surplus right now of $565,363. On page 310, I thought it was worth noting as well, there's a lot of talk right now around changes at the federal level. So I just wanted to remind everybody, of course, every month you have in your financial packet the amount of money we receive in federal revenues. While it makes up a very small portion of the budget, it does provide money for at-risk campuses, many of whom you were just discussing with Ms. Spalding this evening, provides extra support in terms of materials, resources, and personnel. Then on pages 311 to 315, of course, you've got 2017, 2023, and 2024 bond expenditures on those pages and tracking there. And then on page 318 is, of course, the monthly investment report. And I know, we're always doing everything we can to ensure that we are maximizing the funds that we have. And so you'll see on that report $4.2 million in earnings there for investment income for the period. And with that, Madam President, I will close my monthly financial report.
Anybody got any questions? Oh, you got off easy. Next up, we have the fourth quarter 2024 demographic update. Mr. Kaj.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, Dr. Rapp. As a reminder, Zonda Demographics gives us 4 quarterly reports throughout the year. And this time, Rocky's in person and going over the quarterly reports. When we met last week, we took a trip down memory lane and looked at like 2017. We just picked a date and looked at it, and things have changed since then. And so Rocky's going to take us through what it looks like at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Kosh. Board, it's a pleasure to be back. Dr. Rapp, thanks for having me. I tried to wear something green tonight, but it's the only thing I had is short sleeve. It's cold over here. So that was just a comment there. So this is your fourth quarter report, and do I have a clicker? And so it was through I realize that we're now into almost done with the first quarter. First quarter data will come out in late April, which we deliver in about mid-May. So that just kind of keep you on schedule. Button. Wait, I got it. Try this one. There we go. This is an unemployment slide, and what's interesting is I've been telling clients for about the last year that this slide has looked the same for 3 years, and I really wish our research team would pull it, because it basically has said that we've got very low unemployment rates. You get below 5%, it's considered full employment. But now, about time that we pull it, there's some interesting headwinds. So, because I kept thinking the fall of next year we wouldn't have it, but there's a good chance the fall of next year we might want to see what's happened this summer. So, again, the sign of the below 5% is considered full employment. And, of course, Dallas-Fort Worth is still the fastest growing area in the country. So we're building more homes here by far than any other area. Second is Houston, and they're not even a close second. And third after that is not real close. So we do have the demand for housing. We've got some strong housing. And the builders are kind of indecisive. Right now, we're seeing starts up, but we saw closings. They took a little bit of a dip. But I think that dip is just because these interest rates didn't go down as much as a lot of people thought. And what we've heard a little bit about is some contracts. You know, you can't set your interest rate until you close or have a closing date. So when they start a home 3 months ago, you know, somebody thinks they can afford it. You move forward, and with some uncertainty in job or with the interest rates not dropping, they might be some contracts get canceled. And so we're watching that as well right now. In Lewisville, so we zero in because that's the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's a different picture in Lewisville as well. Only, you can see here, these are deed transactions. So this is based on all sales, existing home sales and new home sales. And you can see there that fell off to 2,600 for the year. So that's the smallest number of turnover that we've seen in Lewisville in more than 10 years. And I think it's just that we're running out of new housing. We're not building very much new housing, which I'll show you here in a minute. And people are staying in their existing homes. You know, they've got a 3%, 2.9% interest rate. So anywhere they go, it's going to cost them more money for less house. And this slide surprised me. That price point that for your new housing is sitting around $800 on average. So now this is deed transactions of existing homes and new homes. And what you'll see in a little bit, a lot of the new housing, the single family stuff, there's $1 million homes. They can really skew that number, and they also don't have very many kids in them typically. So we kind of get hit by both those things. So this 2024 was a tough year for starts and close. You know, 200 starts, right around 400 closings. But if you look at those last two quarters, 67 and 66, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this when I show you the projections. But this is what has me a little concerned, is that we're seeing this slowdown. And so not only is the product a different product, a lot of cottages, a lot of townhomes that aren't yielding a lot of students, but they're slowing down because it's kind of infill. We definitely have some single family going on a little bit in Flower Mound. We have some pockets that's really getting close to just there's not a lot of space for it. This chart, it really tells the difference from a year ago. Your annualized starts were 637 in 2020. In 24, they're 207, so down by 400. Closings down by 600. Keep in mind, a closing is an occupied home, so that's the ones we want to see the most of. Under construction, 185. Inventory down 262. So the inventory is low, the product is different, and we're not doing as much of it. That's kind of scary. We still have a few finished vacant homes. True, this slide's the only one that you can really see the finished vacant. And finished vacant is the difference between inventory and under construction. So there's about 90 homes at the end of the fourth quarter that were finished but vacant. Now the hope is that during the first quarter, maybe a lot of these sold, and we'll see a jump in the first quarter. If not, over the summer. Things will be a little bit bigger over the summer, but I don't think that we're going to catch up. And that's where my biggest concern is. These next few slides, I'm going to dig into some of these developments that you see on this slide. 41 actively building subdivisions. That sounds like a lot. But when you start seeing the slides that we have going forward, there's 12 lots here, 25 townhome lots here. It's kind of a different product. So we are seeing some, and we've got some groundwork underway in 7 subdivisions. But again, these are subdivisions that are not very large. And I didn't put all 48 of them in here. We only got about 4 slides of housing. Dixon Estates is, you can see they're building homes right now. It's Toll Brothers. That's the one on the right. I put a January 2025 aerial in there so you can see where they have some dirt moving there with wind burn. But again, that's 90 lots. We've got Williams Ranch. You can see that product there, another Toll Brothers product. But Vickery Park is on there, but it's almost built out. If you remember when Vickery Park was growing, we started seeing quite a bit of our elementary growth at Flower Mound happened. Well, now that's going to slow down. That's going to stop. We'll see some yields similar to Vickery Park in Williams Ranch, but those homes are not going to move and there's not very many of them. They're not going to move quickly. Outbridge Crossing, now these are expensive homes, $1.3 million homes. We've got about 127 of them, which means they're going to take 9 months to a year to build, first of all. So you're not going to build real quick. And then we're probably not going to see a real high yield there either. But I've been surprised before by you get some kindergarten students in those homes too. Castle Hills, Windhaven townhomes, the cottages. You can see the Castle Hills North Point, which is almost done. That was more like a typical neighborhood. It's still yielding 0.5. 5 students for every 10 homes would be awesome. Right now in Lewisville, it's closer to about 0.35 to 0.4 for those. But a lot of that's not. It's because of the product. So it's those townhomes, the village product are not going to yield a lot of students, even though they're considered single family. And that's where we have trouble making up for what we've lost. Multifamily occupancy rates are down. I don't think they're down as much in Lewisville because a lot of the Lewisville product, there's a lot of product there that's 20 years old or more, and they're doing very well. It's the new product where the occupancy rates have dropped. But again, that product is a lot more 1 bedrooms than 3 bedrooms, a lot more 1 bedrooms than 2 bedrooms, and a lot of that new stuff. So again, very low yields in some of that really new apartment stuff. But you do have 3,200 multifamily under construction. You've got another 8,000 futures, but until they get these occupancy rates up, they're not going to build real quick. I think there's demand, and we'll see if the price points change. Jefferson Castle will be leasing shortly, like at least middle of to the end of 2025. But again, we're not going to see a lot of yield in that product. And the same with these townhomes, the Southstone townhomes, the Southstone yards. This used to be called Frisco 45 when they first platted it. Those little town, we're not going to see a lot of students there. We're simply not, unless something changes. I feel like I'm trying to find the next good spin I have here. Okay, so next year's forecast, I'm forecasting that growth there. You see the growth of 425 students. Is that what it says, right? When I started working here, I didn't need glasses. Now I do. It's kind of 625 student growth. Decline. Now, again, we talk about this every time. Look how big your 12th grade class is, how big your kindergarten class is. So we're losing students just through that attrition. Just 2,900 kindergarten students, 4,000. So you're losing 1,100 students just through attrition. So this forecast is growing by about 600 students. But last year did something similar to that as well, that the housing market's not going to get better. I'm going to show a slide at the end where I've adjusted this a little bit. I've adjusted this down. I looked in 2019, so right before COVID, our kindergarten class was 3,400. Right, so we're down, 500, 600 kindergarten students? And kindergarten drives enrollment. And I can't bring this home any more than that. If you look at the cohorts in Lewisville ISD, how many first become second, second become third, look at those numbers. They're all positive. Once you get the student, Lewisville doesn't have any trouble holding on to them. All your campuses have strong growth. It's just we're not getting the student. We're not getting that kindergarten student. In some cases, I think it's here. I think homeschooling has increased 20,000 statewide, since COVID. So that's some big homeschooling changes. Charters are going to always impact. So we are seeing that shift. I do think that over time we're going to level off. But I can tell you, too, my 2019 forecast, with 3,400 kindergartens staying flat, Lewisville got to 50,000 students and stayed there. But that's with 3,400 kindergarten students for 10 years. And that's where our challenge is right now. And we also have it by campus. Now, what you'll see here, these campus projections do not include the campuses that were adopted to close back in December. I will have those in the first quarter. We were completing the research, and the school year's almost done, and they're open right now, so we left them in there. By the first quarter report, that's going to be May, so by then I'm going to be able to show what that's going to look like with those campuses out. I actually have it almost done, so I'll probably share it with Mr. Kosh before that, in an Excel file, but it'll be in the report for 1Q. You can see we got all your elementary campuses. Memorial's one that we fixed. That yellow will be gone. for the most part. Middle schools, and then, of course, your high schools are here as well. So new home starts across DFW, they're up across DFW, but they're not up in Lewisville right now. We have groundwork on 400 lots, so that means that they're taking future lots to become vacant developed lots. So there continues to be groundwork. We just got to see what that absorption rate is going to be. Right now, with this forecast, I feel like you're going to be right down to about 44,000 within 10 years. We can kind of level off, but after seeing these first quarter numbers came in, I kind of got a little nervous for next year. And so what I've done here is I've created a forecast, and what I'm likely going to do is I'll adjust your campus levels because I just wanted to look at it grade, kind of a what-if scenario here. And you can see there that on the far top right there, the cohort growth last year was 446. This lower forecast has a 482. Now, this is about 100 lower, 120 lower than the forecast I just showed you guys. I think this is probably more reasonable at this point. I just don't know how far or when we're going to see this level off. And it's just, I'm watching kindergarten as best I can. We've got some interesting birth rate changes, and that was in the last report in the third quarter. So you will see hopefully some balancing. We don't know what's going to happen in Austin. I know Dr. Rapp's going to tell everyone tonight, maybe. We've been, vouchers are the talk of the town, right? There's only so many vouchers are going to get issued first of all, so that's going to be interesting. And what can they do with those vouchers? That's going to be the story as well. So I do think I'm going to be introducing a lower forecast going into 1Q. Sorry, I talked pretty fast.
Any questions? Dr. Bonner?
Well, Rocky, thank you for an invigorating and optimistic report. You really know how to land on a low note there at the end.
Yeah,
all your hard work to lower the expectation. That's awesome. We do appreciate it. I'm not trying to beat you up too much. It is what it is. But a couple things that you said that I am thankful for, the recognition that when a student starts here, we do an exceptional job hanging on to them. And so that's an indicator of the great work we've seen tonight with our assessment and the effort by our learning and teaching department and our campus principals. You saw numerous kids go across here, state qualifiers. So I appreciate that recognition. Now, the problem is with this revised expectation, 46,861, any relief we get from the state is going to be based on that number. It's not going to look back at this year and say, hey, they had 47.5. It's going to look at that lower number. And so the other data that you've presented, I don't have a question, Rocky, sorry. The other data you presented is this astronomical home value. So assessed values are up, student enrollment's down. That's a recipe for increased recapture. Unless we get some additional tax compression. But what they did last legislative session was put in more money than ever. Well, it was to make up for tax compression. It wasn't any new dollars. And so that will not suffice this go-round. Because if we do that at the legislature this year and we come in with 46,861 kiddos, we're going to be right back to where we were 6 months ago. What can we reduce? Because it's Groundhog's Day. It's Groundhog's Day. So if you're out there listening, contact your legislator, because that's the recipe that's being concocted here. And so I'll stop there because I don't want to take all the fun. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Ms. Taylor?
I'm just looking at the report, and it's all bad, I guess, is the only way that I could put it. I was trying to find a bright spot.
Well,
I guess I'll say that the bright spot is that when we do get the kindergartners, when we get them here, we keep them. I guess looking at the housing market analysis, I think that was slide 5, just the dip, not even looking at the dip over the last 6 years, but just from 23 to 2024, I just don't even know. I don't even know that I have a question other than it proves a lot of the things that we said in our discussions around, I guess, consolidation. Having a district that was built for 50,000 plus kids and seeing where you are. Always hearing that people say that DFW is growing. It's growing so fast, but not LISD. Not in the way that it needs to grow to contribute kids to our student population. I guess more comments. If you have an $800,000 average home price, is that a starter home? Is that a home where people can come in and they're just starting families? Likely not. Then you look at the existing homes accounting for, I think it was 62% of all the sales. You made a good point. I mean, I live in Highland Village next to, I'm a member of an organization where there are a lot of retired people. I'm not leaving because, like you said, my house is paid for or I have a low interest rate. So why would I go spend more money to go somewhere else to move out, and pay more money? I think this just shows there are a combination of things that have really tied our hands. We're built out. What we're building is not affordable for the average starter. Is not as affordable as an average starter home for most families. And then you talked about, I think I did have a question in here somewhere after I got depressed, but you had mentioned that when you say there were some things or areas that were building and probably closer to Castle Hills, whatever that space is, but you mentioned that they were not a lot of yield. Like how do you know that? Is it price point? Is it type?
It's more type. I mean, price point obviously is important. Keep in mind that price point number, that 800,000,
right.
That's a new home.
Right.
Average sale price.
Right.
Which means there's some 1.5 homes and there's also some 2 and 3,
okay.
but it's these cottages and townhomes. So they're not your single family dwelling, and there's a few that are still in that 500,000 range too. I think, it's just, it can be skewed by these 1 and 1.5 and $2 million homes. But I guess you are correct that a starter home is not really $400,000 even, but
correct.
That's what it can look like.
Correct.
It's that product. I just think these yields. It's going to take a turnover, a regeneration, and it could be. We thought maybe this summer we'd see some drops, and now they're saying that we're probably not going to see anything drop. Maybe by next summer, because I do think that once that happens, I mean to me, that's the positive. That very last slide that shows the low scenario, the 26, 27, the 25, 26 forecast, look at those ones, 1.08, 1 point, all those ones. That's the good news. Again, we're keeping them. How do we get those kindergarten students? Because I think in a lot of cases they're here.
They're here. We just need to get them and retain them.
We'd help any way you can. If you want to try to help, we could help you try to locate some of the leavers probably, but if that could help and you want to do some marketing or something like that. But
I think we talked about that. Cost money. So,
you have some money I'm not aware of, Ms. Taylor?
So, no, I don't have the money tree. I've been looking. On slide 9, this is probably my last point, for the district housing overview by elementary zone, I just wanted to note that I saw a lot of zeros, so in a lot of areas, so which is not good news.
And it's if you look at some of those zones, there's no room for anything else.
Correct.
At this time.
Okay.
That regeneration happened.
Thank you.
Ms. Sells?
And I think Ms. Taylor alluded to it. You hear on the news that Texas is growing at a rapid rate. But your research, which you are the professional of, shows that that growth either isn't happening in LISD or it's not yielding a student, especially for us. Are there districts in Texas who are growing at greater than that 0.3 or 4?
Sure, yes.
And those are probably not at an $800,000 average price home.
Well, except for Prosper and Salina, they've got some really strong and they got some pretty high yields up there. But you're right, Denton used to be 0.6, and it's around 0.4 on that 380 corridor, which is a pretty affordable product out there if you're familiar with that area up there. Northwest, Eagle Mountain, we're still seeing strong growth in the, if you go out 380 to where Princeton, McKinney, we're seeing some stuff out there. But even that growth is less than 0.5. I mean, it used to be always higher than that. And just to be fair, too, just so you don't, if it helps, maybe, sometimes it's better to grieve with other people. Many other, you've got all your neighbors are in similar situations that are built like this. I mean, even South Lake Carroll, who you might not think, but they're starting to lose, enrollment too because their folks aren't moving, from those areas. So it's not. If that makes you feel any better at all, it's not. You're not alone in this. Houston, Austin, those areas are doing the exact same thing.
I won't lie, that does not give me a great deal of comfort.
I'm going to work on something for next time for some positive slides.
Bring cookies and
it might
cakes.
be pictures of my granddaughter, but I'm going to find something.
More how Lewisville ISD hangs on and multiplies the opportunities for children.
Okay.
That's what we want more of that, Rocky.
I'm going to find it.
Yeah, I will just say that we have a declining enrollment and we're on the wrong side of the Texas education funding. That's it, plain and simple. There are no further questions. Thank you so much. Go warm up.
Bring your coat next time.
And with more good news, we have the 89th legislative session update. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President. I do think a couple of things are important, that Rocky normally includes, and I don't know, Rocky, if you've got this for Q1 or back to Q2, but the last figure we had was we hang on to 3 out of every 4 kids in our footprint. And so I'm continuing to help us, tell that story that we are a destination school district. And when you come here, you have chosen well. So, yes. So with that, the fact that we are on the wrong side of the legislative equation, I think that this is a good segue actually to what we're facing. And I'll point out a couple of things that will tie into what Rocky shared as well that are important for us specifically. Last week was a busy week, even though we were on spring break. And I know from visits to the Capitol to phone calls with elected officials, there's definitely no spring break when it comes to the legislative session. The 60-day deadline to file a bill did pass. That was March 14th. So there will be an updated count of this for you next time around. But prior to that deadline, there was over 8,300 bills filed, over 1,300 of those related to public education. Just think about the massive amount of information to try to sort through. And of course, not all 1,300 of those will see the light of day. But you can see there 99 bills are related to school finance, and that does make it a challenge because people want to know, well, how might my bill impact you, or how might this bill impact you? And that's really hard to run scenarios, even if those bills aren't going to be scheduled for committee hearings. Of note, bills numbered 1 through 150 in the House are the speaker priority bills, and the Lieutenant Governor has indicated so far that bills numbers 1 through 40 represent those priorities. Okay? So here's some just things about bills that we see that are on the move, and I'm just recapping some things we've been talking about for several months. House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 1 are the appropriations bills. Scott did run the analysis for you all. We had that in our budget presentation last month. The increase to the golden penny yield, if that was to be realized, that's $1.5 million for our school district. If the increase of the safety and security allotment happens the way it was in those bills, that would be another $1.5 million. House Bill 2 is the House's bill where they're increasing the basic allotment by $220. We talked a lot about that last month, but some highlights from that. That would generate $13 million. We talked about that in the budget meeting, but our projected revenue that we would lose because of our enrollment decline is $14.5 million. So we are on the wrong side of that math. We're actually upside down still. $1.5 million, even with a $220 increase the basic allotment. When you look at what Rocky told you for his projection, what Scott shared in our budget at your work session, our forecast for fiscal year 26, we're going to project at 46,402 students, so we're going a little bit underneath Rocky's projection even for our enrollment that we will staff on, okay? And then that means right now our ADA that we would build the budget on is at 43,154. And so what people still are struggling to connect is that we don't get funded for 46,000 students. We get funded for the ADA, so we're talking about 43,000 students. So the reason that we're projecting to lose $14.5 million is because we're having to project an ADA drop of about 1,400 kids, even though that's not our enrollment drop. And so that's not favorable math when you are in a declining enrollment district. And I would just remind us all, too, over 500 school districts in the state of Texas are declining in enrollment. That is half. So that we have a lot of other people in this boat. So the legislature really does need to take into consideration what to do. When you have this many districts like us that won't benefit from a $220 increase, but due to inflation, your growing districts may not benefit from a $220 increase either, because inflation is so much higher than that. So you can see in House Bill 2, the other numbers there, the comp ed allotment would only generate about $560,000. The transportation allotment going up would only generate $56,000. And a special ed CCMR bonus would generate about $52K. There's some intensity-based funding in HB2 for special ed. We don't really have an easy way to run that math on. SB2 is education savings accounts, the Senate's version. HB3 is education savings accounts, the House Bill's version. And Senate Bill 26 is increasing teacher pay, but no increase to the basic allotment. Last week, Education Savings Accounts Committee hearing was definitely one of the major things that happened at the Capitol. The House Public Ed Committee heard almost 21 hours of testimony on education savings accounts. I don't know if that sets a record, but it was a really long time. It started on Tuesday, and it did not end until the following morning on Wednesday. We'll recall from what we discussed at your March 3rd meeting, the House bill, what they're saying is they would give 85% of the estimated statewide average amount of state and local funding per student for an education savings account. There's quite a few bills scheduled to be heard tomorrow by the House Public Education Committee. You see a variety of those there. I really just want to touch on two of them tonight, House Bill 6 related to school discipline and House Bill 123 related to the early ed allotment. Brian Colbeck and the technology team are watching the bills related to prohibiting student use of personal wireless communication devices. You have one of those on the House side that's being heard and one that's already passed out of the Senate committee and is going to the full Senate. House Bill 6 on discipline, there's a lot of recaps we've all been getting from a variety of associations. Just a couple of things on that. One, it would expand the reasons for which students in grades below third grade can be placed in out-of-school suspension to include conduct that threatens the health and safety of other students. It ultimately would allow a district to place expelled students in a virtual or in-person DAEP, but yet I don't know if there's funding to accompany the creation of the virtual program for DAEP. And then creating an expedited process to allow a district to request a court order to remove a special education or 504 student from their setting if a threat assessment determines the student's presence would likely result in physical harm. I do know that there's a lot of conversation around Chapter 37, which is the discipline code in general. I'm not for sure what will result from this session. We are expecting something to result from this session. We'll keep a strong watch related to discipline. House Bill 123, when we talk about unfunded mandates, we've talked about the unfunded nature of pre-K and the early ed allotment, and that we're only funded for half-day pre-K. This bill would propose to increase the weight from 0.1 to 0.11, which is very minute. And with that amount of funding that we are going to get from that very small change, they want to require us to use that allotment to pay teachers a stipend for completion of reading academies outside of contracted hours in that bill. Now, you all already committed local funds to pay our staff for completion of reading academies, and we're very thankful for that. That was millions of dollars that the state did not provide for that request. I do not see that this bill would be able to come in with the funding that it would be requiring there as well. It also requires the commissioner to establish new reading intervention and math intervention academies and create a new early literacy intervention allotment. Would require a 12-month intervention for K through 3 students. So this is kind of like House Bill 1416. We didn't get funding for that either when students are not successful in the STAR test. And it would require all of our K-8 math teachers, principals, APs, math coaches, and math interventionists, which we really don't have money to have the math coaches and math interventionists, but that's a different point we made earlier, to attend a math academy by 2031. So I'm a little worried about some of the things in this bill, and we'll keep a watch on it as well. There were several Senate bills passed out of committee last Thursday. You can see the variety of those on the screen there. Of note, Senate Bill 568 is their bill related to intensity of services funding for special ed. So you see that model on the House side. You see the Senate bill model for that, but it was left pending in committee. So a lot of those other things passed, but that one is left yet to be determined. Other bills to watch, there is House Bill 124, which would increase the safety allotment a little bit more than what it currently was increased to in the appropriations to $14 per person and $37,000 per campus. And then House Bill 122, and then similar to it, Senate Bill 686, would require school districts to have open enrollment policies across Texas. The fact we see 2 of those, 1 in each, is something just to keep a watch on as well. Of course, they say that it would be subject to capacity limits, but that's something to keep our eyes on. Before we left for spring break, we did send a newsletter to all of our elected officials with important updates about the information I provided to all of you about the misleading calculation that it is when you look at average funding per student in Texas with averages. And so I've just included that again here that we shared with them. Of course, we shared the whole slide presentation with them. But it is misleading to take all of these Tier 1 allotments and calculate and say that the average funding in the state of Texas per student is $10,800. Or for us, if you want to average all of these Tier 1 allotments together, you could say we receive $8,559. That is not the case because we can't spend the special ed allotment, the CTE allotment on every single student. We can't spend any of those other Tier 1 allotments on every single student. So your special ed and your CTE, we talked about last Monday, inflate what that average per student looks like. There is not 10,800 student per student funding in the state of Texas. We cannot be saying that that's the case in order to avoid increasing the basic allotment. The basic allotment is the amount that can be spent on every single kid, and to say that it's 10,800 that's raised, that's artificially inflated, if you will, with money that can't be spent on every kid, it's not right, and it's misleading, and it misrepresents what we're working with. We did remind our elected officials of the budget reductions that we have made to your earlier questions that you asked me, that we have been reducing in administrative cost in our school district. We've been reducing administrative costs in alignment, central office administrative costs in alignment with our enrollment decline. Over 136 FTE positions have been closed down, many of those support positions, while TEA is growing in positions. TEA staffing is at pre-pandemic levels. So your school districts are reducing staffing, reducing support. The agency is adding staffing, which increases burdens on school districts to comply with their request. Our additions in positions have been in special ed, counselors, VLA, and safety and security. We maintain the lowest administrative ratio allowed by the TEA First Financial Rating Indicator on this category. And in fact, many school districts across Texas maintain that lowest rating. We've made numerous reductions as a result of these budgetary challenges, but to y'all's points earlier, without an increase to the basic allotment that would match inflation, which it needs to be $1,340 when you're a declining enrollment district and your recapture goes up, you continue to have less money to operate with. And we consistently will be back talking about what programs do we reduce next, what staffing do we reduce next. And the majority of our staff is out on campuses with kids, where we are fast running out of options to reduce that do not directly hit our classrooms and our programs. And we're doing everything we can to bide time, to give the legislature time to increase that basic allotment. And I appreciate y'all's advocacy. This is a state issue. If you read the news every single day, it is the DFW area, the San Antonio area, the Houston area, the El Paso, the Austin, school districts talking about layoffs, budget cuts, school closures. This is not mismanagement. This is a funding crisis for public schools in Texas. And the legislature has the opportunity to address it. And with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Madam President.
Any comments or questions? Dr. Barker.
It doesn't balance the equation. The finance bills that the legislature is putting out doesn't help us balance the equation. I don't. To borrow some words from my colleague, Dr. Bonner, we're going to educate kids, but it can't look the way that it looks now. And that breaks my heart. Because we have the best staff. And I don't know what we're going to be able to do to keep all of them. I don't know what we're going to be able to do to keep the programs that produce the achievements that you saw on this stage tonight. I don't know what we're going to be able to do to have even the level of coaching that we have right now. And I'd rather see that model for all of our teachers, and we can't do that. This is what I lose sleep over. That number, that 18 million, has been circulating in my head for 2 weeks, trying to figure out how do we make that happen. And even with $220, we're still underwater, $1.5 million. So where does that 18 million come from? To keep the amazing staff that we have, to be able to provide for them what they deserve. As a district, as a community, I kept thinking, if we just make the hard decisions now, we'll be able to come out on the other side. And I don't see another side.
Ms. Taylor.
I'm going to use another colleague's comment, ditto everything you said. I just want our legislators to care about kids and care about our teachers. I'm disappointed that the discussion is around $220, which, you know, you've seen the math, it doesn't jive. I just want them to care about students. I want them to care about our teachers. And you hear it all the time. Oh, we're going to take care of our teachers. We're going to give our teachers raises. Oh, we care about kids. We're going to make sure this happens. And then we see this. They're not putting the money where their mouth is. And I'm disappointed. I'm upset. And you know, I know all of us have talked to our legislators, written letters, written emails, cornered them in different places to talk about this, and it feels like hitting your head up against the wall. But I totally agree with Dr. Barker. I mean, it kept me awake at night all last year because we did not give raises to our staff. They essentially took a pay cut with the increase in insurance, and it felt a little better when we were able to do that one-time payment, but that's a Band-Aid, you know, on an open wound. I mean, it's not something that you're going to be able to do every year or that you would want to do every year. We want them to be able to pay for insurance, keep the lights on, pay for food, a car, gas, all the things that you need on your way to educating our kids. And I'm disappointed. I just wish, again, that Austin would care about teachers, students, and put their money where their mouth is.
The only thing I'll add to that is that this is what doing nothing since 2019 looks like. If you don't do anything, this is where you end up. You end up with, this is how the state starves public education. I'd also like to note that in SB2, the ESA bill, they give a 3% administration fee to the comptroller's office and 5% to TEA for administration. By my math, that's 8% of the bill is pure administration, while we operate at less than 2%. I see a lot of TEA administration increases in the bills that have been filed. I do not see classrooms being impacted. I see a lot of what I believe is overreach and local control. We are at a weak position because we have to wait for the people down in Austin to tell us what we get. We have no control over that. What we do have control over is continuing to call, to continuing to have those conversations with our legislators to tell them how specific bills will impact us. To continue to say things like we are $3 million in the deficit when it comes to pre-K education. We are $11 million in the deficit to what we get for transportation. If we continue to use those numbers, we are, let's see, in dyslexia, 2.6 million, safety and security, 6.8 million, special education, 6.1 million. Those are numbers. Those are numbers that if they were funded, we could use that money to do the things that we need to do, which we know is to pay our staff. I will thank once again staff for showing up this year. I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate on the 48,000 students that we educate. I appreciate you pouring your talents into them. I wish the legislature would appreciate you as much. And with that, we will move on to the district-wide intruder detection audit report and findings. Dr. Rapp.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Mr. Garrett's going to present this month's findings.
All right. Good evening to you all. For the month of February, we had 6 audits by the TEA at Castle Hills Elementary, DeGan Elementary, Garden Ridge Elementary, Killian Middle School, LHS Killow, and Valley Ridge Elementary. Corrective action plans are in progress, and we have received audits in the month of March, so we'll be back next month to present those. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions or comments? No, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Garrett. With that, if there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 9:56 p.m. Have a pleasant evening.